Good evening, everybody, and welcome to a very, very toasty broadcasting booth where we will cast the third round of the Wishful 2026 series from the lovely Hockenheim ring. Let's have a look. Round 3. We'll be driving on the Grand Prix layout configuration. Track length is 4.5 kilometers and a bit. It's a nice 23 degrees on the virtual track. Might be seeing almost double of that here in the broadcast booth, but I'll make it a nice race anyway. Hockenheim in Belgium. Of course, we thank our sponsors Digitraqz, Simwear.eu and Nutanix, making this all possible, and this live stream is of course brought to you by ORNL Live. Well, the broadcast tonight will be a little bit different because my co-hosters, you may have heard them before on the channel, we have parted ways, so it's gonna be me for the rest of the season as the sole broadcaster. Which brings some difficulty because I am also a driver in this championship, which means I will have to drive 1.5 hours the Mazda this evening, at which point the stream will become an automated live stream. It remains to be seen if Stefan is so nice to join me for some commentating and provide you with some commentary while the stream is automated as well. But that's not really for sure yet. That's all depending on how busy race control is going to get with these drivers. Speaking of these drivers, let's see who we have on the track today, starting with Jonas Mikalauskas, driving for the Iron Alliance Motorsport team, car number 89. Try and turn down the iRacing volume just a bit. Still some old settings from the Majors 24, which we live streamed as well. Then we have on track a car with a qualifying penalty, so you will not see them out for qualifying. It's the team number 24, Sim Formula Europe. Outstanding qualifying penalty. They will have to start at the back of the GT3 field. Qualifying will start in about 7 minutes and a bit. It will consist of 15 minutes of Mazda MX5 Cup qualifying, followed by 15 minutes of Porsche Cup qualifying, and the last 15 minutes will be the GT3 qualifying. And then we'll start the race 5 hours here on the Hockenheim ring. Jorn Polnes is on track as well in the number 12 Mercedes from Vortex. We have Tony van der Linde in the 61 Racing Iron Alliance. And we have Jeremy de Boever in the number 3 Vortex. Jeremy Schwarzer is the sole driver tonight for LAG Worldwide Team Gold, as he was last time around as well. Did very, very nice. Donation wise, we left you last race with something a little under 2,300 euros. We are now have passed that mark. Now the donation counter is set at 2,310 euros. The donation code is on screen, of course. If you can spare some, please make a donation to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. That goes directly to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. We do not take any percentages or whatsoever. Open up the track map as well. Expect to hear race control talking through me whenever their qualifying sessions are about to start, or whenever there might be a full course yellow or a safety car deployed at the start of the race. Race control is also able to post messages to the cast, so when they will hand out penalties, warnings, whatsoever. It will appear on the broadcast as a text message, so we don't have to miss anything. Alessandro Penny is the next one on my list. The 101 Pegasus Simracing team Wishful in the Porsche Cup class, followed by Gio Sheffield, the 113 Eagle Speed Academy driver for Team Silver. Then we have the BMW from Peter Lemkens in yet another Vortex team, Vortex 64 this time. Then we have Roy Baas for the LCT Racing Crew in the Aston Martin. We have Maxime Dumoulin in the Porsche Cup from Full Motion Simsport. 110 is the car name. We have Bart Barret in the 126 Equity Esports Porsche Cup. We have Jack Pittas, currently quickest in the Mazdas, the final minutes of free practice. You might be
another radio check, Thomas, radio check.
Well, radio check loud and clear from race control. You might be able to hear when I'm talking from time to time the air conditioning turning on and off.
I can hear you, Stefan. I can hear you.
Well, the radio check gets confirmed. Yeah, Jack Pittas here for the Type 2 powered by mods in the 211 Mazda MX5. Mazda MX5s are going to have a heck of a challenge managing the traffic in the coming 5 hours. It's Alina, a new driver for ESR United Miata, together with Simon van Dijk, I believe. Marcin Junk is behind the wheel from the ANR Endurance Esport 58 team, our number 258, the Mazda class. Dirk Vedeman.
Radio check just to annoy the broadcast.
Oh, mission accomplished, thank you. Dirk Vedeman for Sahara X GT Motorsports, together with Smile tonight again, I believe. Koen van der Woestijnen is driving for Ductip Racing together with Alex Byens. It's been told to me that Alex hasn't been driving a road for over 6 months, so he might be a little bit off the pace tonight. We'll have to wait and see. And then we have my teammate in the 280 ORNL Team Endurance MX5 with the shameless plug warning with the all new ORNL Team Racing livery. It's one of the perks of being the broadcaster, I guess. We'll have to wait and see. So how my planning is gonna look tonight is that Kim will start the race for the first stint. Then I will hop into the car for the second full stint, and then I'm back to do the rest of the broadcast until the checkered flag and the post-racing interviews. Let's hop on board with the 24 Mustang just because of the sound. Jim Molenaar's Success LTC Racing. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to drop them in the YouTube chat. Into pit lane, the 24 comes. Another good sounding engine is the Mercedes AMG, where we can already see some traffic in form of an MX5. Let's hop on board with Jack Pittas. And also open up the battle box so we can see who's behind him. It's very off-track sensitive, this car. And this track, for that matter. A little bit of an... Yeah, that's the end of the practice session. We will start.
And price, when qualifying starts, you can go out immediately.
So we are waiting for the MX5 to exit a bit. There we have some movement. We'll have to wait for the overlay to load some of the lap times. This is Jack Pittas, it is Alina behind, and Veerman is behind the wheel for his team. And Franke Robin in the 228 Pegassi. And of course everybody has no time set yet, but that will change in just a few minutes. Junk also coming out now for ANR Endurance Esport. The ANR Endurance Esport team also hosts their own pre-endurance league. It's every Thursday, I believe, before every major iRacing event they host a 2.4, 2 hours, whatever it is, league race to have a bit of practice. I've joined them as well for the league race right before the Majors 24, and it was lots of fun. Last week they had their Watkins Glen 6-hour prologue race, which was a lot of fun as well. And you can find them on SimGrid and in their own Discord. And I believe the next one is the prologue race for the Spa 24-hour iRacing special event. Let's go Pegassi Motorsports, but I'm not biased. Well, you should try it to be biased. It's lots of fun. Jack Pittas. Get the track map sorted. Oh, there is a spin from one of the Pegassi cars there. That's a good way to screw your tires and screw your first lap. Van der Woestijnen is getting through to the final sector of the track as well to start his flying lap. Let's see. That's Alina making way for Kim Punter in front. Franke Robin now starting his quick lap as well. Marcin Junk does the same thing. He's a little bit of out of sync for that matter. Jack Pittas. On the bottom of your screen there are some sectors for Kim Punter, but I believe he's the first one to hit any of those sectors on a flying lap. The cars in front are not doing that, I believe. And Pittas is. He is setting green sectors. Koen van der Woestijn is setting green sectors, which is to be expected, being the first lap of the session. The Hond behind in the Rust Ease Lightning McQueen livery. Jack Pittas and Kim Punter are trading purple sectors. It is Jack Pittas who will set a lap first. It will stay with him for a little while in the final stadium section into the last two corners. Very easy to get an off track here, and then going out of the last corner it's very easy to just go a little bit too wide. He doesn't. It's gotta be a valid lap for Jack Pittas, and he opens in a 1:58.3. That's a quick lap. Let's see what the others do. Kim Punter a 1:58.1. Sahara XGT Motorsports is a second behind, 0.1 seconds. Pegassi Motorsport is now in 4th position. We have Koen van der Woestijnen here, and there is Marcin Junk in the last corner. ANR Endurance Esports, 2nd place in the championship right now. and comes in a 3rd place after his first quick lap. Let's have a look at Jack again. Into the hairpin. It's all about momentum in these slower class cars. Gunter in the chase, and lap is not good for Jack. He abandons this lap. What he will not want to do is give a tow to Kim, and he doesn't. Lets everyone go safely and then picks up the pace once again. Let's have a look at Dirk Vedeman in the EBC brake liveried MX5 for Sahara X GT Motorsports. Proudly sponsored, of course, by Dirk's own iRacing.com. If you want to explore an iRacing track like it is Google Street View, that's the place to be. It's all in your browser. Walk virtually around the Hockenheim ring as well. As a matter of fact, the race control used it to create their screenshots for the starting zone we'll be using in about 45 minutes time. Anyway, 2nd lap for Dirk. The 297 is an improvement in time, not in position. It's Alina in P6 right now for ESR United Miata. We have Tim de Hond, who didn't set a lap yet, as well as Koen van de Woestijnen. Tim de Hond just started another lap. Van de Woestijnen is going into the stadium section now. Most difficult corner it is in terms of traffic. You'll need, as you see, you need the whole track as an MX5 to keep up the momentum. And with GT3s and Porsche Cups flying by, it's bound to be an interesting race. It's very easy to make the back end step out here. On the braking, keeps it nice and tidy though. The 299 duct tape racing. Is this lap valid? This lap is valid and it places them in 5th position. Only 10th quicker than this Pegassi Motorsport 228. Alina is setting a purple 1st sector. The number 6 Mazda. Might be a nice improvement coming up for them. Across the line they come. And was 7th position. Goes to P2. Only 10th and a half. Kim Punter calls it a day, I think. At least for this run. Marcin Junk. What can he do? He is in the final 2 corners of the track. It is 1 green sector, 1 orange sector. P4 stays P4. 3.5 tenths behind. ESR United Miata, who have been overtaken now again by Jack Pitas in the Type 2 powered Mazda. In the 211, I think. Kim Punter is trying to score a new set of tires and go back out again, because these tires are really as good as they're gonna get on lap 2 or 3, maybe. Have a look at Dirk Vedeman again. People are trying to set up a slipstream. It's not really working for them. Maybe Vedeman. He's having a Pegassi out in the distance. Franco Robin. cross the line. 5 minutes of MX5 qualifying left. Back to third gear for a first corner. Trying to not get an off track there. Pegassi is still in second position. Kim Punter is back on his outlap, so scored a set of new tires. And the gap is getting smaller and smaller between these two. Could be a very, very entertaining race. There is a car in front. He'll not want to be this close to start a lap. And have a chance that the MX5 in front is actually slowing him down. Have to watch. The Hond is setting a personal best in sector 1. Up until here it's all fine and dandy, but now you need to pass the car and are bound to lose some time. Can he get in front for braking zone? Yeah, he can, so that's actually quite good. Right on the limit there. Switch over to Tim de Hond for the final corner. With a green sector, can he improve from 7th position? The pit lounge racing team. It's a no for that. What is Alina up to? It's an outlap.
MX5's 2 minutes remaining. Pickups, you can start lining up at the green cones. End of pit lane.
Loud and clear from race control. They will start a queue at the end of pit lane. It's the final minutes. MX5 qualifying have started. Let's see Kim Punter. I don't think the tires are up to temp yet because it's orange in sector 1 and 2. And it's a 158. No, it's a 158.227, so not quick enough. Even with the toe. So that best lap that he set was indeed a very good one. There we have a queue in the pit lane. Of nice sounding engines. Over to qualifying MX5 final few minutes. Kim Punter personal improvement. It's not on purple sector. What's Jack Pittel's doing? He's in the pit. He's not gonna get another lap in. So it can only come from Alina to snatch pole position. From around the finish line in about 25 seconds or less, or you will not get another lap in. It's gonna be tight. And there's gonna be PCUP traffic. If... no, there's it all going wrong, and now you're not gonna get...
Pickups, MX5, sorry, your qualifying is over. Please finish the lap that you are on. Pickups, you can take the track. Please be careful for some MX5s still on the track. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just showboating at this point. Not really necessary to finish the lap, but he'll do it anyway. a 158.1. Can we get a 57? It's a 57.9. And that's pole position for the ORNL team in the MX5 Cup. We'll go over the full race grid once we start our...
Pickups, your track is clear, all MX5s are gone.
And now it's PCUP qualifying time. Let's get some heat into those tires. Jeremy Schwarzer is one to watch for potential pole position in the PCUP class. He is also the first to set a lap, but he'll have to make the gap into the air. Here we have turn 1. Don't get an off track, keep it tight. Still trying to get some temperatures into those tires. Onto the hairpin they come. Jeffrey still in front. Jeremy, excuse me. Gio Sheffield has a purple sector in the slipstream. It's a nice long line of pickups. MX5 class is consisting of 8 drivers. You can see in the timing tower. Also see one pickup slowing down and letting everyone go. It's the 107 Jeremy Schwarzer still in front of the queue. There we go. Across the line. The times are coming in. It's Jeremy Schwarzer winning 139.378. Puts it on provisional pole. Bart Paret in Equity Esports now a 139.140. Iron Lions Motorsport puts it in second position. Degrading Jeremy to third place right now. No time set for Maxime de Milan, who is here in the 110. Let's hop on with him. The iconic Porsche engine sounds. Through T11 into the stadium section. It is a nice toe in front. Gio Sheffield is putting in purple sectors, as is Jeremy Schwarzer. Going back to the top in a 138.121. So we head on board with Maxime for his first lap. And it's P4 for the full motion Sim Sport 1.0. Let's have a look at Jeremy Schwartz here, opening in the purple sector once again. It's behind him the two Eagle boys in the 113 and the 103. Let's see if Schwartz can make his stay on pole a little bit longer. Actually misses the apex a bit into the hairpin. I don't know if that's quicker. It might be. Seems like Jeremy Schwartz is well capable of piloting a Porsche Cup car quickly around the Hockenheim ring. So close to the wall. Bouncing over the curbs, very aggressive. Second sector isn't good. It is good for Gio Sheffield, so we'll have to keep an eye out on them as well. See what happens in the final corners of this flying lap here. First up, it's Jeremy. Crossed the line, a 138.121 is the time to beat. It is a 137.97, and the 103 Eagle speed is plus. Bumps himself up to P2. The 113 driven by Gio still in third position as for now. It's Powell in the 188 that just promoted himself to P7. Joris Ooms took P6 in the Mach Speed Racing machine. On the bush here. Every pickup car did set a lap. So all 11 pickup cars are able to have been able to set a valid lap. There are no outstanding penalties as well for any pickup cars out there. Jeremy Schwartz once again on the absolute edge there. It's a notoriously bouncy car, this 992.2 iteration in iRacing, and it is a 137.979 that still stands for Jeremy Schwartz. Gio Sheffield might be able to do something, a slipstream from his teammate in front. But then again, if that works, then the teammate will be relegated to third position. The penalty system test works. It's good to see. Race control testing. And there we go. Slipstream was handed out to the 113 and the 103 got out of the way. Take clear air. Although it is an orange, so not a personal best sector for the 113. Might run into some troubles later on. Joris Ooms is the only pickup that went in pit lane, but he is now back out again as well. Let's see what Gio can do in the final corners of the track. It's the carousel, followed by the final two corners on to the start-finish straight. It's all orange. It's a 39.4. Is this the master plan from the 103 Ron's team to bump up into pole position, while Maxime de Moulin in the full motion Simsport Porsche is now promoting himself to second position, under a tenth to LAG worldwide. 10 minutes of PCUP qualifying still to come. So a lot of action in those first 5 minutes. It's the 103 who's back out in front again. They keep switching places, giving each other slipstreams, but the sector times don't lie. It's not quicker. The middle sector was a purple sector for the 103, so we'll have to see if they can do better than P3 currently. Ooh, fighting with the car. And he breaks off his lap. And goes well in the way of his teammate. Let's see what Dumoulin can do in this lap. Middle sector is personal best. And it's only a little bit that he needs to improve. Is it good enough? No, it's a 39.0. 38.0, excuse me. He did improve himself, but not in position. It's even closer now. Jeremy Schwarzer will feel the heat. Here comes for yet another lap. The 151 getting out of the way like it should in a qualifying session. Parret in the 126 opens a personal best. It's the yellow Porsche in your screen. It has a distant tow from the Pegassi in front. Is the second sector also gonna be a personal improvement? Yes, it is. Currently in 8th spot on the PCUP grid. Can he improve?
I'm sorry, PCUP's 1 minute 30 remaining GT3s. You can start lining up at the green cones and the pit lane. 1 minute 30 for PCUPs.
There we go. Playing for PCUPs almost ending. Third Parret. Currently in P8. It's a nice tow. It's bumping him up to P3. Jeremy Schwarzer is doing a purple sector. And he set a 137.911 now. He's back up 10th to full motion sim sport. Maxime Dumoulin with a crash, and that's ending his qualifying. Parret can set another lap, but it's not opening quicker. He is having a tow in front. Thomas van der Bosche is now quick as well. Personal best sector 1. Through the hairpin they both go. There might be an off track and there might be qualifying done for the 126. If it's not an off track, it's absolute perfection and right on the limit. Jeremy Schwarzer once again purple sector. But Parret is not really capable of putting in any green or purple sector. That's an off track for the 127, and that's day done. Let's have a look at the 126, still behind him.
Your qualifying is ending. Please finish the lap that you are on. GT3s, you can start lining up at the green cones, end of pit lane. Be careful for PCUP still finishing their lap. Thank you.
And that's all of it for the 126 as well. Let's see, Jeremy Schwarzer put in one more lap. One more. Oh, is that an off track? Is it not? Will it count? A 137.911. You'll have to keep that. It's a 911. You have to keep it. And he will. It's pole position for LAG Worldwide, driven by Jeremy Schwarzer. And here come the GT3 Rumble. 15 minutes of qualifying left. It's the most busy class. Not by much. Might have to shrink the other classes down to 5 just for now. So we can actually see all the PCUP qualifying times. It's busy on track.
Digitraqz, your track is clear.
Michaelauskas is putting a quick out lap. We have Dieter de Vlaming in the Vortex train. Dennis Windman in the gassed up Ferrari. Dominic Schmidt in the Lamborghini. Another Lamborghini for a race community team. Sander Rij is driving. Lucas Romano is setting purple sectors in the 67 Vortex. Let's see what Lucas Romano can do. Meanwhile, Jonas Michaelauskas is trading purple sectors with him. Let's see the fight. Oh, drifting across the curbstones. That's not the quickest way. Sure looks cool. He's opening in a 130. No. The Iron Lions are opening in a 138.35. Vortex is putting it on second position. Michaelauskas, there you go, in the 89. Porsche in front, quickest around. Evan Daniels in third position for the DDK racing team. Ivo van der Linde in P5. Roy Maas currently 8th position. Evan Daniels is quick in his Aston Martin. Sector 1 is purple. And Daniels across the line, second position. Flavio Romano into the Simwear BMW. Nick Schmidt didn't set a lap yet, and that's an off track, I believe, as well. Yeah. Be a valid lap time as well. No, still not. And we have Adrian Ruiz Hernandez in the guest up Ferrari 6. We have Wout Mallards in pit lane as well as Leslie Brazil, both on qualifying penalties, qualifying bans. They will not be able to set a lap. It's the Vortex teams almost in complete succession. P5, 6, 7 and 9. This is Mikalauskas with a purple middle sector. Final 2 corners of the track. Well executed, and across the line he comes for an much needed improvement. 37.1. The other Vortex car behind is now 2/10 behind in second position. Kevin Daniel still in third place. Dennis Windman into turn 1, another lap. Peter Lemkens in the 64 Vortex, currently in P8. Oh, and there's Leslie Brazil on track in the Porsche number 7. Might not have a qualifying penalty. Go through the hairpin for the 61 LCT Racing. Lucas Romano is opening in a purple sector, so let's have a look at him. Meanwhile, Jonas Mikalauskas is also working on an improvement. Margins are slim here at Hockenheim. Mikalauskas not improving. The DDK Racing team is improving. Kevin Daniels puts it on P2 on a 10th. 1/10 to first place. So there's not a lot in it in GT3. Dennis Witman across the line and now in P6. Only about 5.5 minutes of qualifying left. Casaruma once again purple sector in the first sector. Middle sector is not a personal improvement. We'll have to wait and see he can get out of it. It remains third position. On the right behind in the Lamborghini. P4, already number 85. Flavio Romano is Putting in personal best sectors, currently in P13. Needs to find 2/10 to up at least one spot. And he doesn't. Hernandez needs to find 8/10. Move himself up to P13. He does improve his time, not his position. We have the number 3 Vortex driven by Didier de Vlaming. Kalauskas. 1:37.093. Final minutes of qualifying session here to Wishful Series are underway. Dennis Wimmerman into pit lane. Dominic Schmidt. He's having a little bit of a tow for the Ferrari in. Romano, once again a purple sector. Is there an improvement for the 67 Vortex? There is an improvement, but it stays P3. I have time for another lap. Van der Linden to the last corner. Leslie Brazil is trying to set a lap at the end of the session. It is a lap, it is P15. Now every eligible GT3 runner had set a lap time. Only car still in pit is the 24 Sim Formula Europe with a qualifying ban. Lucas Romano. A purple sector and a green sector. Car's getting lighter. Here we go, in last corner, across the line for Lucas Romano. Is in P3. Jumps to P2, 1.5 and that's the end of his qualifying session. Van der Rij is getting into pit lane. Climbing across the line and qualifying done. Colonus in the number 12 Vortex also heads into pit lane. Ivo van der Linden across the line and qualifying done. Dominic Schmidt Stops his car on track. Arne Koopmans also into pit lane now. Flavio Rosano follows him. And then we have Adrian Ruiz and Leslie Brazil as the last two cars on track. And my first liter of water is down. Here we go, qualifying has ended. I'll have to wait until we can have a look at the start grid, the starting procedure. The 5 hours here, Wishful Series round 3 at Hockenheim Ring. Last race was only 3 weeks ago, and then we will have a small gap in the season. We'll get back up to speed in September, and the next race is on schedule.
Alright, that's qualifying over. Congratulations to all the pole sitters. Please remind at the start of the race that we're gonna add 1 lap of formation. So it will be 1.5 formation laps. And then you will hit the formation zone. Good luck to all. Have fun.
Have to wait and show the start grid, and there we go. It is Jonas Mikalauskas for the Iron Alliance Motorsport 89 team. The overall pole and GT3 pole. Castrobado for Vortex 67 is behind, is next to him on the first start row. Then it's Kevin Daniels for the DDK Racing Team G. Then it's Sander Rij for Race Community Team Orange. In P5 it's Didier de Vlaming driving for Vortex 3. Jorn Polonus is in P6 for Vortex 12. Then we have Dennis Windman for Gastup Motorsports Team A. And in P8 it's Ivo van der Linde LCT Racing Iron Alliance. P9 is Peter Lemkens, Vortex 64. Then it's Dominic Schmidt, LAG Worldwide Team Black. P11 is for Roy Maas coming out for LCT Racing. And it's Pegassi Motorsport Bravo driven by Arno Komans in P12. Place. Then we have Flavio Romano from Simwear Racing in P3. Adrian Hernandez for Gastup Motorsports Team X in P14. Scenic for now. Then we have Leslie Brazil for the Vaz Motorsports in P15, and the team that did not get to qualify today. Walt Mallards is starting for Sim Formula Europe in P16 in Us. Then we have Jeremy Schwarzer in LAG Worldwide taking pole position in our PCUP class. It is Maxime Dumoulin for Full Motion Sim Sport 110 who starts next to him on first row, followed by Bart Barrett for Equity.
Not going green.
As our co-chief says, we're not going green for one more lap. Then we go Barrett, Equity Esports in third position. Thomas Kouwelier for Eagle Speed Academy Team B in fourth place. Gio Sheffield for Team S from Eagle Speed in P5. Arne Vaas is starting for Mach Speed Racing 349 in P6. Then we have Siebe de Smet from P7. Iron Lions Motorsport 88. Then we have Yves van Zanden, Pegasus Simracing Team Wishful. In the 101 puts it on P8. P9 on the start grid is for Thomas in the Pegassi Motorsport Charlie. P10 in the pickups is for Otto Karis in the Flying Dutchman Team 2. And finally in the pickup class, Steven de Greveler for Banker Lab 7 puts it in 11th position. Then we have Kim Punter, it's pole sitting the Mazda MX5 class for Team ORNL Endurance. Then it's Adam Wilson Weir, Type 2 powered by Odd in second position. Alina Koftun for the ESR United Miata team in P3. Marcin Junk, A&R Endurance Esports in P. Then we have Dirk Vedeman for Sahara X GT Motorsports in P6. P5, excuse me. And Franken Robin in P6 for Pegassi Motorsport Team Delta. Lander van
one
den...
more extra lap. It's for broadcasting that they can line up the drivers and teams.
Thank you for interrupting me. Van der Brande van de team Pit Lounge in P7. Then Koen van de Woestijnen for Duct Tape Racing in P8. And that concludes our starting grid for round 3 here at the Hockenheim Ring, the Wishful Series 2026. And thank God we had that extra lap, because I wouldn't have made it. Melvin is starting the Iron Lions Motorsport. See the Mustang pace car in front of the... Our race leader there in the 89 Porsche. A nice gap. Let's head over the track map. Nice gap to the pickup cars, as well as all of the MX5s. We head through to the hairpin. That's gonna be one of the more critical points on the first lap, as we head with 35 cars divided over 3 classes into the hairpin at first. Trying to get some temperatures into those tires. A little bit of an incident regarding Leslie Brazil. Instead with tire warming, I was just heavily trying to get some air into those tires, some temperature. No, I just made a complete stop. So he was on his case. Make our way through turn 11 here. All looks very nice, very wide from this standpoint, but believe me, you'll need every inch of the track here. Feel my system having to struggle a bit with the heat. Let's hope everything stays nice and smooth for tonight's broadcast. Now the pace car will start to disappear into pit lane, and the 89 can manage the speed. This is the formation zone. There's no more weaving over here. We wait for the green flag until it is go 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 on the Hockenheim ring.
Green flag, green flag.
And there we go. It's the 89 on to the throttle. Though it's already contact between the Lamborghini and one of the Vortex cars. The 89 gets clean underway, and around the outside is the Pegassi Motorsport Bravo. Is that gonna work? And a big incident behind.
The yellow flag is out.
There we go. Caution is out. Caution is out. Which means race start will be aborted for PCUP.
Safety car, safety car, safety car.
And there the speed goes out of it, which means the MX5s have not...
Reminder, during the safety car, the pit lane will remain closed.
Yeah, race control is going to be busy in the first couple of laps of this race, I reckon. It's the first time we have a safety car in the Wishful Series, and here we have the long line, single line of cars. Let's have a look if we can see what happened. It is with the 85. There's contact.
Okay, so everybody catch up to the safety car queue, coming up to the hairpin. Pit entry remains closed. You are not allowed to enter the pits. And the restart in a few laps will be single file.
Oh, there's gonna be some starting infringements, I reckon. Race control is gonna be busy. Anyway, the safety car will catch up with the number 89 to form a nice queue behind everyone. iRacing will take over. This car is here. There we go. This car is on its way. I'll wait for the 89 to appear.
If you need to repair, you can enter the pit lane. For all other cars is the pit lane closed.
Okay, so race control very clear. If you have repairs, you can do them in pit lane. All the other cars, a regular stop is not allowed right now. And there we have the first GT3s behind the base car.
Please catch up to the safety car queue. Safety car is going towards the hairpin now.
It's the number 12 car that's damaged. And there goes the bumper. And the race community Lamborghini has damage from the back end as well. Make of that what you will. And that's all GT3s now in line for safety car. There are the pickups.
Leader of the Mazda MX5, you can go to the left car of the pickups. We start single file when the base car enters the pit.
That's a little bit of a checkup there for the Porsche Cups. As we continue to go in single file. There are our MX5 leaders trying to catch up to the pack, which they have almost done. You can see them in the background, there we go. Lights on the pit. Race car are still flashing, which will always mean we'll go one more lap. This is also throwing off some of our strategies on the top drivers. Gives me an opportunity to enlarge the gap. There we go. Can I do one more maybe? Make it 10. Yeah, that fits. So 15, or when I'm selecting the class, yeah, that's good. Get 15 either way, because that's just how many cars we have.
We are going green this lap, so please close up for a single file restart. And for your information, the GT3 race start is under serious investigation.
Go. The overlay is having some difficulty calculating who is the leader and who is not. Make it 10 is a little bit nicer. Oh. Still behind the safety car queue. Lights are out on the pace car, which means we'll go racing at the end of this lap. You can see the number 16 car, Dennis Winton. We'll have to do some catching up. And as an additional setback, they'll have to queue up at the end of the queue. Right behind all the Mazdas. Seems like Peter Lemkens is doing some repairs and it's not in contention anymore for a good result. But you never know what the race might bring. And as been said, the start is under investigation by race control. I'll just prepare myself to get back under racing conditions once again.
Car 726, please for now pass car 667. Car 726, you need to pass car 67 to have a nice and normal restart, single file restart, but you need to pass.
Some last minute reshufflings. The 89 is taking charge of the safety car pace now. Safety car has back in. Go. Once again. Get this race underway. 89
Green, green, green.
stands on the power, the flag is green and we are go. Art is much cleaner this time around, Sander Reyes. There's Dominic Schmidt going a little bit wide. Side to side into the corner. The Mustang from Haverans is now in front. All looks nice and clean. Let's have a look at the pickups. Here we go behind and a spin from a pickup. It's Powell Achterlik managed to just avoid the wall and be on his way. There come the pickups. Peter Lemkens on his way again as well through the GT Student MX5 field. MX5s have started again as well. There's the Ferrari GT3 already in front of them. Oh, there's an incident regarding Adrian Ruiz Hernandez. There he is stationary. He came back on track. Let's see what happened there. He went off track. Ooh, it's just... yeah, too much curb and the car's gone. Held the brakes, fine. Little tap on the wall. Nothing too major, and then yeah, I'll have to wait until the whole pickup field is past him as well, and there we go. Back on his way. This is our race leader, Iron Lions Motorsport 89. will enable. Here we go. Alvin is leading the race. Jeremy Schwarzer in PCUPs is trailing behind some of the lower ranked GT3s. That's Joris Ooms. Might be thinking of a move to the Pegasus Porsche. Laid on the brakes, doesn't quite work yet. Behind it's Leslie Brazil, trying to find a way by the number 127. Eric Veneman trying to attach himself into the gearbox of the A&R Endurance. Up front it's Jack Pitas and Kim Punter. Dina is catching up. And a move from Vedeman down the inside. Managed to get that position, but now it's gonna be tight. Now it's gonna be tight. They're the slowest cars, but they'll provide the more entertaining fights. Laid on the brakes for the A&R Endurance. No contact between the two. It's hard fighting, it's fair fighting, and the A&R Endurance Esports has the position back. Sanderij in pit lane. What happened to Sanderij? It's been an incident regarding Sanderij. Let's see. Out of turn 11. Into the carousel. Spun. And rejoin is fine by any racing standard. Maxime Dumoulin having to defend from Thomas. Thomas now in first position. Jeremy Schwarzer is now in fourth position. Let's see what happened there, because I have it here. There he's already behind, and oh, and off track, and comes through. Other ones as well. There we go. Let's see what happened. Oh, it's 3 wide into turn 11. It might not be the best idea, but they did it. This is how the reshuffling got done. Cool. Activate a bomb. On the inside. Another lap, another hairpin, another 3 wide. Heavy battle, and the Pegassi is going to get a slowdown penalty, I reckon. Now 4 cars in the fight for this position. Let's open up the battle box as well, so you guys can see a little bit better what's going on. There we go. Caris tries it down the outside, maybe. Oh. Arne Homans and Michel Averans. Averans down the inside in the hairpin. Gets the car in front, on apex, that's position gain. So up to P5 for the Ford Mustang. 11 positions from their starting point. So it's going very, very nicely. Leslie Brazil in the number 7. Battling with some quite rudely blocking a GT3. A little bit of a miscommunication there, I believe. It is quite heavy fighting. Multi-class, inter-class fighting. Is a black flag for the race community. Orange. Ooh, the Ferrari is off. Luis Hernandez is off at the outside of turn 11. Arno Koolmans in pit lane as well for a black flag penalty. Let's see. Race control might be very busy for. Yeah, then this might have something to do with the start being under investigation. Will not bother race control right now. They emerge back on the track. Gio Sheffield setting up an attack. He'll show his nose, but no attacks just yet. Jack Pittas and Kim Punter are running away together. Over a second to Alina now. And the Bosch down the inside of the gassed up Ferrari. Meanwhile, Sander Rij is back on his way after leaving pit lane again in the race community Lamborghini. Jeremy Schwartz is still in P4 now. Down 3 position, drive to penalty for the 726. The jump start, we've seen them do that. And the Straightman is trying to get through some GT3. Now this is for position with Leslie Brazil in front. Stop and go penalty for the 85, failing to follow start procedure. 85 is now back on track again. Had their penalty already. And now multiple laps to Auto. Well, we are 18 minutes into this race and I'm sweating out of everywhere in my body. Still, the racing is good. Ivo van der Linden. Drive-through penalty for 9.6. Gassed up Ferrari, I believe. There we go. Adrian Ruiz Hernandez. Drive-through penalty for a jump start as well. Schwarzer now in MX5 territory. But let's see the MX5s have to deal with. Meanwhile, Arno Koolmans got into pit lane. Leslie Brazil went off track. Let's have a look. And drive-through penalty for car number 10 for jump start, which is Flavio Romano. Yeah, we see him. It's busy with all those pickups and MX5s. This is really tearing apart the MX5 field as the pickups come through. Yves van Zanden is trying to catch up to the train in front. And he is doing quite a nice job with that. Powell is trying to get past Steven in front. Pickup to wait. Battle, Steven de Grevelen en Powell achterlijk. And there's an MX5 in between them. And they both clear the leading MX5 into the corner. They seem to be able to. Yes, there we go. Dennis Windman is up next. Down the inside. And Thomas van der Bosje as well. First round of traffic almost completed for the MX5s. Back to the GT3s. Ivo van der Linde is being chased by the number 12, Navarro de Boever. Breaking later into the hairpin around the outside. No, you're not gonna make that. Whoa! The Lamborghini got it quite close. Alright, it's time for a very quick sanitary break and refill my water bottle. I'll put you guys on automated broadcast for just a minute or two and I'll be right back. And I am back. Let's see. Looking at a fight between Jeremy de Boeper, Kevin Daniels. We miss anything? Yeah, we did miss a lot. Happened to Martian Junk in pit lane. Let's see what happened here. It is within. Oh, spin and a big impact. And that's day over for A&R. Spun it completely on their own, held the brakes. Yeah. Devastation for them. It is Kim Bunter in the lead still with Jack Pitos. Seconds behind Alina in a whirlwind of GT3s again. See what we have anymore. We have an off track for Dominic Schmidt in the Lamborghini with the final corner. That's too wide. Yeah, that is indeed too wide. We have an off track for Leslie Brazil into turn 11. Whoa, that's way wide. Drive-through penalty for the 188 dive bomb with contact. Let's have a quick peek at who is the 188. I will have a look if this was the incident. Really anything to be seen there? Okay. Well, not really a problem. Joris Ooms is in pit lane with a lot of damage. And he has been has had interesting few laps. It's the 149 and oh, contact and hard into the wall and my god. That's love to see that again. The 149 in the middle of your screen. There is gonna be contact with the 101 and the one speed racing Porsche gets yeeted straight into the wall, and on collection it's the 101 getting absolutely annihilated. I'll have nothing to say about who is at fault here whatsoever. That's race control. But it is a nasty crash. It really is. Sucks. Gonna head to pit. Okay. See, we have also a Franken Robin incident in Mazda. Oh! Why do we have to do this? So Franken Robin is in the MX5. This camera is better for it. Oh, it's a teammate as well. Contact. That's very, very unfortunate for the MX5 here. Oh, does well to hold the brakes and be predictable at that. We have one more incident to have a look, which is bright red on my screen, and it's in the hairpin again. That seems to be too late. Oh, it's just the Steven de Greveler coming to a complete stop, which he does well, but the system notifies me as a crash. Okay, back to the race. Jeremy de Boever and Haverans are still fighting it out. So, full disclosure, I've set my timer to a few minutes before Kim's stint will stop, which is 39 minutes from now when my timer ends. And then I'll hop over into my racing seat and do a few laps in MX5. It seems the Jack Pitas is also in pit. We have some catching up to do, folks. Jack Pitas entered pit lane. Is it with damage? Is it, what is it? Not really anything wrong. Was there a penalty for the 211? Don't think so. Let's open up iRace control. See what's going on. Check it us. Should be here then. Really anything to be seen still. It is very, very busy here, nonetheless. It really seems wrong. This is 205. There's the carnage in front. Must be a racing car. And just have to analyze this for a bit. This is in replay, not live here. But at the end of the lap, this car is going into pit. The wheel is not straight. That happen here? Wheel is, yeah, across the curb. Suspension damage. Oh, that's too bad. That's actually too bad. They are back out again and a lap behind. Okay, so suspension damage on the final curb. That clears that up. Arne Vaas in the 149, we've seen them, and the one we've seen them as well. Okay, so they are fully catched up again. Here is Dominic Schmidt trying to make something work. Oh, don't get in front of the Miatas. They can break a lot later. It is working out for them. It's been an eventful race, the first 36 minutes. I have successfully repaired my air conditioning as well. It kept turning off and now it's nice and cold again. Which is very, very nice. So that gives me a little bit more energy. Otto Caris and Dennis Wintman. Where's my mouse? There we go. Caris in the Flying Dutchman Porsche on the outside. Dennis Wintman trying to get along. He does. In PCUP, it's the 103 leading the pack, 1.4 seconds. There is a black flag for the car number 6. P6, car number 3. It's Jeremy de Boever. Did they do? It is a black flag. While entering pit lane. Let's see. Black flag has been given to them here. That already be, I think, failing to serve a slowdown, I believe. That might be it. I'm back to live. The number 12 next around the outside into turn 11, makes it stick. Hey, Fire Vixen, yeah, Franco Robin is still track. Driving around P6 in the Pegassi Motorsport Delta. Having a nice battle with the duct tape racing in front, driven by Koen van de Woestijnen. Like the PCUP touched MX5 and it was not the curb. Well, okay. Then I have misspoken. Oh, it's a black flag for the 103. And that's stop and go for 103, causing collision by going off the track. Okay, that's our leader in PCUP. Thomas in the Eagle Speed Academy Team Bronze. Thank you for noticing that smile. They must come in the pits. The 103. Pull up the incident sheet. Stop and go for 103 for their incident with Type 2 Racing Master. Happened with the Type 2 Racing Master. That's the 211. Jack Pictos. That's the incident with Jack Pictos. Okay. Okay, so the incident was indeed for going out of bounds on the track and then colliding with the Mazda, and that's where they gained the penalty for. You were right, smile, thank you. And here is the penalty. Up and go. And the driver change. I don't know if that's allowed. Well, that's up to race control. There is still a football flag for the 149, of course. Pedeman is tracing Tim de Hond, which now is for a podium position. Pedeman is squibbling around. Oh. Otto Caris in the BMW, trying to get by some of the pickups. No, that's an GT3 in front. That's for position. No, it's not for position. Yeah, I think it is for position. With Bert Barrett in front from 11 seconds. That's why it showed up. Bravo and the 127 Pegassi. Right beside it to turn 11. Pickup fight. Now the inside is for the 127 again. Even a little bit of an off trip, but we'll keep watching this fight for now. Even de gereven. Isn't too bad. There's Dirk. Again behind Tim de Hond. Van der Woestijnen is now passed by Frank and Robin. That happened here into the hairpin. Not into the hairpin, in one of the slower corners. Into the stadium section as we go to turn 11. Off track for Dominic Schmidt. Yeah, that's too wide. Okay. Well, 10. Leading PCUP. As Navarro the Boofer behind. It's just a GT3. Fabio Romano in the BMW still behind Otto Caris. GT3 versus PCUP. So this number 12 Vortex car is getting stand in the battle between P1 and P2 in Porsche Cup. Jeremy Schwarzer is ever so slightly getting back to the fight. Yo, Sheffield, Mazda MX5 on the outside, it's the ANR. And Jack Pitos is there as well. Is that Jack Pitos or is that... Yeah, Jack. Thought I saw a driver change, but I didn't. It's gonna be a crash and a big one. The number 12 into the safety barrier. We've seen it live. Let's see it again. Flying across the curbs, unsettling the car into a spin. But the spin will be interrupted by the wall. And a lot more front end damage for the number 12, unfortunately. But I did free up the PCUP fight. Which finds Gio Sheffield now defending. And mixing himself with the MX5s. Jeremy Schwarzer needs to slot in behind said MX5. This is some of the more better aspects of multi-class racing. It's the traffic management. You can just see Gio getting a bit of luck in the traffic. And now he'll run into some MX5s as well. And he'll have to wait. And you'll see Jeremy catch right up. Gio is quite decisive, you could even say quite aggressive in traffic. It's not slowing him down. There he is, Jeremy Schwarzer back again. Defensive move from the 113. Here we go, the fight is now well and truly on into the hairpin. Meanwhile, the 1110 full motion sim sport, Maxime Dumoulin is running away a bit. But the fight is too good to pass up. Dirk Vedeman still behind the pit lounge team. Pit lounge team now in third place. Jeremy versus Gio into turn 1 once again. Roy Maas behind now, looking to get it past. .726, quite close to Leslie Brazil. P13 in the race. These guys are very, very close to each other in terms of actual race pace. So that makes the battle that much fun. Ron Chisholm is now in pit lane. You can see Thomas in the Aston Martin approach Leslie Brazil in the Porsche GT3. Off track. Connection issues for Thomas a little bit. Over to Gio Sheffield and Jeremy Schwarzer once again. Closer. Oh, Jeremy on the outside. Tries to do the switchback. Exit is better. Not good enough. Roy Maas behind. I don't think Jeremy would like to get mixed up in this. We have an incident regarding Leslie Brazil. Let's see. Oh, a little bit tight and a little bit tricky. Maybe Schwarzer. AG Worldwide is having Dominic Schmidt. Yellow flag. Not anymore. What's happening with the ANR boys? Oh, they are out. Also not in pit lane anymore. Oh, too bad. That's not the way we would like this. You don't want this race to end like that. With a fierce competitor that is ANR Endurance. Chings on the rij in the 85 Lamborghini. Close with the 127. Red is having Dennis Windman behind. He gassed up Ferrari. Alex is making a good point in the Wishful Racing chat, which I've opened as well. You do not finish from the ANR Endurance Esport boys is particularly not the best thing to do, because if you finish the race, you'll get 1 point for each lap that you complete. So they're missing out on a lot of points now. And if they hear this, they might decide to come back into the session and do some more laps. I would applaud that. Ferrari is having kind of a hard time getting close or past the PCUP in front. MX5 traffic coming up. Check Pitas in the 211. Ooh, we have an incident. Let's see. Paul Achterlik in the 88 Porsche Cup. System is notifying me as a crash, but might not be that serious. It is a spin. Yeah. It's just by no means a crash. He is now very close once again to the 127 Thomas van der Bosch. So keep in mind, as the first hour of racing has elapsed here, that once the race timer strikes 1 hour and 10 minutes, I will be leaving the broadcast on automatic, as I am going to prepare then for my stint in the MX5, taking over the wheel from Kim Punter, who we see here. So no pressure, 6.9 seconds in the lead. I just need to keep the shiny side up, I guess. Ja, gonna be fun. Dan de rij in die Lamborghini. Closely behind the 726, which is Thomas Houblon in the Pegassi Motorsport Bravo Aston Martin. We have off tracks and a lot more to see. I think this is gonna go wrong between these two. Yeah, contact. Both in the wall. Both damaged. Yeah, Peter Lemkens is having the worst of it. Second time in the wall. Ooh, and a dead stop. It's not a good day to be a Vortex AMG driver. Alpha Vollon into pit lane now. Koen van der Woestijn is catching back up again to Frank Robin, with a lot of other cars in between. Roy Maas now in pit lane as well. It seems like GT3 pit stop times are starting, and Peter Lemkens found his way back to pit lane with the damaged front end. Gio Sheffield and Jeremy Schwarzer now fiercely in battle, and the 110 is getting into their sights. It's going to be a 1-2-3 battle in PCUP after 1 hour of racing. Mats Blanca took the wheel from Roy Maas. Walter de Vos is taking over the wheel in the 64 Vortex. Gio Sheffield is doing a 141.3 last time around. Maxime de Belen in 142.2. Only a tenth between them. Jeremy Schwarzer is the only one in the 139s of the top three. As we look at the battle between Schwarzer and Gio Sheffield. me just make sure everything is set up correctly for the stream autopilot. On the back to Schwarzer. It's the most intense battle on track right now. Have a crash for Hernandez. Just coming to spin and contact. Should have just waited. It's just too anxious to lose too much time. Back again, fight Schwarzer and Sheffield. I would say the battle of two Brits, but Sheffield is in Belgium nationality. Sander is closing in on Greveler as well. Oh, there we go. BMW getting out of pit lane there. Of the way, Pavel versus Pegassi. Thomas van der Bosch in front. Board with Powell, fighting for P6. And then there's always Schwarzer and Sheffield. And they have patched back up again with the 110. Just fine-tuning the autopilot. Have 1.5 hours of Jeremy Schwarzer. Does remain to be the closest battle on track, and as the GT3 field is almost all stopped, this is almost the 1-2-3 of the entire race. Oh! This is the other close battle on track. It remains a close battle between these two. First of the MX5s are pit lane. It's the Pegassi Motorsport Delta against Percival. MX5 struggles. We enter into the hairpin spore. Ooh, on the bush with a little bit of disconnect. And he's back. Look, Iron Lions, bring it home. Well, they might need it on a race like tonight's. It's been a slaughterhouse. Right. The clock strikes 1 hour and 11 minutes now. I will be signing off for a bit as I will be driving in a few minutes time. I will catch up with you when I get back, and then I'll be commentating the broadcast again until the checkered flag. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. I have returned from my stint. 2 hours to go. Let's see what's what. If you guys in the chat want to see anything, want me to look something up, just let me know. Let's just have a little recap of all incidents, what my system saw as crashes. We have in lap 0, Lucas Romano. This might take a while. Was in starting. Procedures are not that bad. We have Leslie Brazil. This was way back when we were still on the formation. Then we have Sander Rij. Oh! We're going to lap 16. Was Yves van Zande at the time driving. Oh, big one. Together with Joris Ooms. One of the more spectacular crashes this race. See from behind here, contact between the 101 and the 149. Clearly visible the contact here. Hey Otto, thanks for asking. My stint was fine. Had 0 incident points, so kind of boring actually, but had a good time. To watch the devastating crash. Then it was on the turn of Franken Robin in the MX5, the 228. Hit by a teammate nonetheless. Watch it as he comes into play here. And we have Steven de Grevelaar needs to take action. Then it's on to lap 32, Powell. Lap 34 for GT3s. Driven by Rui Hernandez at the time. Just... Ooh. Franken Robin again. Then over to Raymond van Zutphen. A 151 Flying Dutchman car. Oh, contact with Powell. And there is... Killian Klaas. In the 113. Yeah, that's just parking it on the apex. Meanwhile, Vortex car 64 is having a warning for dangerous, aggressive driving. Yeah, this is just the same move. It's just, yeah, he was never gonna make that corner. On to Siebe in the contact between the two and the spin. On to the 147. into turn 1. Ooh, bounced the car a little bit too much. Did well to keep the brakes. Keep the car stable again. On to Jonathan. Just a slow spin. Jeremy Schwarzer, 107. When I left, was in contention for the win. Now, ooh, touched by behind by the Lamborghini and off the track. This is 2.5 hours into the race. Bart Barret. Into turn 11. Car in front spins and it just... And then we have the last one. Got up. It's just... Yeah. Maybe running out of fuel, I don't know. Okay. Then back live. As we join the leaders and the pits. Hockenheim doesn't have that many pit spaces, so they might be shared, as you can see here. Navarro de Boever is also in pit lane now. Changed seat with Jorn Polonus. Jens Perceval is in pit lane, P3. Kim Punter is firmly back in the lead. Kenny Hermans now in the lead in GT3. Jens Perceval coming out of pit lane, not that much behind Tim de Hond. And we might have a battle for P4 on our hands. The 107 Jeremy Schwarzer has been given a warning for aggressive driving. Roy Maas is about to pass Thomas, who's in pit lane. On to position 12 for him. Kenny Hermans in pit lane. From leading position in GT3. Here we have Melvin coming out of the final corner and taking back the lead. Waiting for Hermans. Get back. Meanwhile, the car in position. Now entering the stadium zone. So that's the gap between these two, because the 67 is now back on its way again. We have Dennis Windman, who had a quite tumultuous start from the race. Needed to get back from way behind. Does it nicely, now in 4th position. The BMW number 10 and the Aston Martin, 2 cars behind, those are fighting for a position. That's for P11. Mercedes behind is not for a position. Now we have a battle for position between Roy Maas and Jerry. Getting lapped one more time by the GT3 leader. Arne de Vaas is in pit lane, 149. It's a bit busy there, the MX5s. So Steve is having to defend GT3 behind, because weirdly enough this is for overall position. Steve is running in P2 Cup. little bit wide for Steve. Our achterlik is behind. She's not a battle for position. Roy Maas. To get by the Vos. On board with Kenny Hermans, chasing the 61. Excuse me. Haverans. Nice and tidy. Through the MX5 there. The fights, of course, after almost 3.5 hours of racing have died down a little bit. on board with the race leader. Sander needs to get by Bart Parret in his Porsche Cup. Scratch that, Sander is coming into pit lane. Driver change to Matthijs op den Dries. On to Corentin Charles, currently leading Cup field. Having to deal with Dennis Wittmann behind in the GT3 Ferrari. Porsche Cup's really quick in the straight line. Then the Ferrari comes creeping up again. How close does he dare to go? That's when throttle gets down again, it disappears. There he goes. Down the inside. Now, might see the Porsche. Oh! Contact! And he loses it. Dennis Wittmann loses the car. Somehow keeps it on the track. That will have cost him a little bit of tire life. Nothing too dramatic. Ivo van der Linde has Dieder de Vlaming behind for a fight in position. Battle for P5 in GT3 class. And then Mazda at the absolute worst timing. Now they're side by side. into the second corner. Number 3 overshoots the corner a little bit. Now needs to build his attack from the ground up once again. Mercedes does seem to be quicker in a straight line. Have an incident to look at. Let's do that quickly. Patil. The final corner. And got into the wall. Okay, not that bad. Back to the fight. Vortex is behind. Let's see how he did it. Nice late braking. It's the one that tried to do the switchback, but no dice. And we have an incident for Jorn Polonus. See, together with Powell, it's the number 12 Vortex car. Way too deep, way too deep. Way too aggressive. Trying to get a better exit. Track temperature is already 46 degrees. It's rising quite rapidly. Lost 2 positions. Off track for Wouter de Vos. Let's see. Track 64. Oh, that's way too wide. And we have an incident regarding Hans Blankard as well. Oh, spin! Oh, into the wall. There might be some steering wheel damage there. There is a black flag, Equity Esports, it's Bart Paret. They only have 20 seconds to P5, so it might be an expensive one. And the question is then, is it for incident points? Yes, it is. Yeah, we are getting into the danger zone for multiple teams to get a drive-through penalty for incident points. The limit for the first drive-through is at 20. Oh, late braking. And the Linde behind is pushing. MX5 in the mix as well. You're going wide. Let's see if Ivo van der Linde can get a little bit closer to that Mercedes in front. Meanwhile, we have an MX5 battle as well. Jack Digitraqz is trying to drive away from Koen van Dijnen. The 211 MX5 is quite damaged on the front end. Well, 3 versus the 188, battle for P6 in PCUP class. Down the inside, the 188 tries. And is the exit good? Yes. Gio Sheffield in the 133 just finished his pit stop. De Vlaming in pit. Ooh, a little bit wide from Jorn. Down the inside in the final corner. Dennis Witman now past the PCUP leaders. Passing the MX5 leader. And so you can see the GT3 pace from the number 12 is not that much better than the Porsche Cup pace, which is a class lower, and it makes for an interesting fight. And in the twisty bit, in the more slower corners, the GT3 is really much faster. But then on a straight line pace, not that much different. Actually, we have another incident we need to look at for the number 7 into the final corner. Was almost exactly the same as he did before. Again, he manages to escape any serious damage. Meanwhile, the gap between P1 and P2 in PCUP class is only 11 seconds to Jeremy Schwarzer from Waddington Charles. Go. MX5 into twisty final corner. Jeremy Schwarzer has a little bit more luck with traffic this time around, because they all pit in front of them. Simil is in pit lane. Powell is in pit lane. Robin Goosen is now coming into pit lane in the 103. And finally chill and watch the broadcast. Yeah, you put in quite a stint. It's also a shame that you guys fell away from us a bit. At the beginning there, I was looking forward to fighting with you in the MX5, but yeah, it is what it is. Mr. Jack Pitas. Thomas van der Bosche in the 127 now in pit lane. Set of new tires and giving the wheel to Jonathan Valgare. Let's see how your teammate is doing in the 211 Type 2 powered by mods MX5. It's a well-designed livery on that car. Are still in pit lane. Melvin for another lap as GT3 leader. Gap to 20 seconds. LAG worldwide in Jeremy Schwarzer is reeling in P1 in PCUP. Last time around his lap was a 41.1 compared to 41.2, so not big steps, but he is getting close. One game of traffic, but now because now there's an MX5 a bit in the way. That's how these things go. Oh, we have an incident regarding that same PCUP leader. Let's have a look. I think this is just coming to a stop. Oh, spin! Yeah, that's gonna eat into your... That's gonna eat into your lead. Which now he can see. We hop on board with Jeremy Schwarzer. We can see the PCUP leader. So the fight is on his hands. On the inside. So now if you can see your opponent, that always makes me just a little bit more eager. Let's see if it works for Jeremy as well. It's now only 1.4 seconds. Racing a little bit off track for Jon Colonus in the number 12 Vortex. Goes a little bit of rally rate. Into the pit lane he comes, Jeremy Schwarzer. Second position. Charles does another lap. Oh, very much commitment on the curbs. Schwarzer, we don't have to wonder if there will be a driver change. This is a solo driver. At respect to him. If you look at Dennis Windman, back into P6. Gio Sheffield now in third position. Is he gonna get second place from Jeremy Schwarzer? Yeah, he's still standing. Still. So this is now second position for the 113 car. Jeremy Schwarzer is at pit exit. They will lead again. At a later point in the race, I reckon. The hours and 45 minutes of racing have elapsed. Simracing is coming up on Jonathan for P5 in PCUP Club. Is closer and closer. Into the hairpin, try to get a better exit. Now they are side by side. Let the Mazda lift, please. Thank you. And there is the position. Another donation has come in. See if there is any information with this donation. It is from Simon. 15 euros. Thank you very much. €1,325 total donation count. Otokaris in the 151, exiting pit lane again. Arno Komans and Hans Blankaart for P11 in class. We are to Aston Martins. We have another incident to look at for Patil. It's not the last corner. Oh, it is. Spin again. Manages to save it. Valentin Charles has Jeremy de Boever behind. And number 3, Vortex. There is a black flag for Matthijs Optendries in the 85 race community lumber. Which is for incident points. A little bit of damage on the left hand side of the 21 in front. X5 coming up. Both easily able to clear. Valentin Charles, our LMP, our pickup leader, is in pit and now back out again. Where is Jeremy Schwarzer coming out of the last corner? Now it's gonna be interesting. Who is pushing? There is Valentin Charles. There's Jeremy Schwarzer. That's the gap, 5 seconds. Then 5 seconds up the road is Gio Sheffield. Two Lamborghinis behind each other. Which is also for position. flashing his lights. The P2 drivers in MX5 have gotten a black flag for incident points. That's a drive-through penalty. And the number 11 drivers, LCT Racing, Hans Bankert, also has a black flag penalty for incident points, and Banker Lap number 17 as well. You have them doing their drive-through penalty. Incident regarding Jorn number 12 Vortex again. Oh, seen him do that before, rally driving. Busy. Aaron versus Ivo van der Linden in pit lane. P5. Jeremy Schwarzer. Edging back closer to Charles. 9 seconds now. 1 hour of racing remaining. We're heading into pits. Haverans in the Mustang. Should be final pit stop. The final. Nice bit of clear track in front of Brenton. And Sim Formula Europe sent in Bavo Volon to finish the job. Black flag for Arno Koolmans. For reaching the second penalty for incident point. And Spercheval in pit lane. Their final stop of the day as well. Frank and Robin in car. They'll have to come and do their stop within 3 laps. Otherwise it will be a disqualification from iRacing. Black flag for Joran Polonets. Also for reaching the incident limit for the 3rd time. There is Arno Koolmans serving their black flag penalty. It's a drive-through. There you go. Oh, misses the pit entry. There might be another black flag. Crosses in pit lane as well, his teammate. Should also be their final stop. Schmidt in pit lane. Yeah, Johan Pollen has got another black flag for unsafe pit entry. Nick Schmidt back out there. Daniel still in pit lane. Hernandez has a black flag penalty as well. Also for incident points. Now the pit entry is better. There might be a 40-second stop and hold. And too far. Not his best display. Let's leave it at that. Digitraqz in pit lane from leading position in GT3. Inheriting the lead is Kerry Hermans then. De Boever took over the wheel from Bjorn. Nick Schmidt is rapidly advancing. Take the position. Go, Navarro Boever still stationary. Klaus back on his way again. Final pit stop has been served. Palai getting tires on his Mazda and completing their final stop. Well, yes, deals versus the 126 Timil. Again. MX5 in the way. Around the outside and the hairpin, well done. Dennis Whitwell is in pit lane. Navarro de Boef en Hans Blankaart for position. Fighting for P10. Late send, late dive. And that was never gonna work. It's a dumb action. He's given the place back. It's the only fair thing to do. Almost a nose down the inside. Certainly is some close fighting between these two. Once again. Switchback, Aston Martin. Not yet fully clear. Still side by side. It is a spicy battle, absolutely. 4th place. Kevin Daniels versus Navarro de Boeven. Jeremy de Boeven, excuse me. Close battle in PCUP as well. Jeremy de Boeven in pit lane, ending that fight. Powell is in pit lane from P4. These two go into pits as well. Answer is no. Stop for ESR. Too far forward. Timo van Dijk to finish it off. Black flag cleared for Dominic Schmidt. No. Black flag not cleared. Still needs to come in to serve the black flag. Yes, the margin certainly is able to put some pressure on their Mercedes in front. Of an incident regarding Siebe. On cold tires just out of pit lane. And slow spin. Dominic Schmidt in pit lane for his black flag. And so the battle continues. Alex Schmidt back on track again after his penalty. Side by side. Hans Blankard down the inside into turn 1. And just to stake the position. Let's see what else is going on the track. Diaz and Samuel still within a second from each other. Ooh, Navarro. With the bit between his teeth and putting on the pressure. Letting the battle continue once again. Alex Bay is in pit lane for his final stop as well. Back on his way again. PCUP MX5 in between. Well, let's see. Tried it once again. Once before. Into the hairpin. Didn't work out. How about now? Decides to wait for now. Another MX5 coming up. Incident regarding Hernandez. Let's see. Ooh, too much curb. And gone. Off track for Frank and Robin. Ooh, in the final corner. Meanwhile, there's been a stop and go penalty for car number 21. Which is for, let me see. Moving under braking, causing multiple contacts. Number 21. Which is this one in front. So that will end the fight there and then. Ooh! Not yet! Who blocking? Yeah. No, that's not the way to do it. Let's have a look at that again. Back. So the 21 Aston Martin has all the space in the world to go down the inside, put the car on the inside and stay on the inside, but no, he decides to go into pit lane quite late. Then there's contact between the two. And he will receive another black flag for an unsafe pit entrance as well. Well, that's one way to throw away a race in the final, almost final 30 minutes. Simon Smith is having a flag penalty as well due to incident points. Thijs op den Dries in pit lane. Let's see, do we expect Joe Sheffield in pit again? Lap 123, he went in pit. He's now lap 155. Or it was lap 83. No, not yet. Might even be able to finish the race. Maas with his stop and go penalty. Good evening, Cindy. Go Morris go. The 149 is in P11 in PCUP class. Still driving around. Still putting in some laps. And the number 7 P7 car still needs to do their black flag penalty. Might even be something cooking for P10. Yeah, I think they're struggling with the heat as well. Although it is cooling down quite nicely actually here. It is now 22 degrees. So it's around 10 degrees cooler than it was when I started this broadcast. I'll have to come into pit lane to serve the black flag penalty in the next 1 or 2 laps. If not, iRacing will increase the penalty or even give a full disqualification. You would not want that. Let's see if Sibe will steer his Porsche into pit lane this time around. And he does. We have an off track for Jerry in BMW in final corner. Yeah, that's an off track. And we have one for you. Oh! A little bit further back, please. Yeah, it's a spin into T11. A bit of smoke. Landen van de Branden with an off track as well. Yeah. I think he was a little bit helped with that. Yeah, that's a late dive. That's way too late from the Vortex car. It's not even close. Okay. Now every black flag has been cleared. Under half an hour of racing still to go. PCUP leader in the lead by 12 seconds now. Oh, spin voor Yves van Zanden. Trek voor Roy Maas. Not that serious. Black flag penalty for the 147. And another black flag for the number 12 car. Both are due to incident points. Drive-through for the 67 car. There's another driver off the track, which is P2 and GT3. So there are currently 5 black flags being served. Roy Masters black flag as well. The mover is in pit lane for his black flag. Kenny Hermans decides to do one more lap or he'll take the black flag. Dennis Windman in pit lane for his black flag. As is the 147 behind him. Both black flags now cleared. Roy Maas in pit lane. That's everything cleared again. Except for the Kenny Hermans 67 black flag. And we have an incident regarding Smile. With an already damaged Miata. Happening here. It's a spin. Yeah, it's a spin. And a tank slapper. And a full stop. Kenny Hermans coming into pit lane. Back out and still in P2. "20 minutes of racing." Stop and go penalty for car number 21. Us causing a dangerous situation. Not yet. Slowdown penalty for Frank Robin. been served. Next on the calendar is the 12th of September. We will head to Monza then. After that, it's the 24th of October, Donington, and then it's the 24 hours of Zolder. th of November. Roy Maas still hasn't served his penalty. We have an off track for Ivo van der Linden. Oh, yeah, that's an off track. Roymaas needs to clear his black flag. It will become worse for him. He's still not doing it. We have an incident with Matil. Oh, we need to get back. Because there's a disqualification on our hands. Yeah, Roymaas failed to serve the black flag penalty, disqualified from the race, which will be carried out by iRacing. And there he went. Well, now it's time to look the incident to for starters. And then back off the track again. And then we have an incident for Opten-Dries. Okay. So small off track. And Patil again. That's it for now. Ivo van der Linden and now Jeremy de Boever fighting for P5. Final 10 minutes of this race. Will be coming a move next from Ivo. doesn't seem to be able to get close enough for an action. Flashing the lights. Motion Sim Sport seems all set to take victory in the PCUP class. Together with Maxime Dumoulin, Corentin Charles, Nikolauskas in GT3, doing it all. No, it's not doing all of himself. Together with Melvin in the Iron Lions Motorsport 89 crew. Off track for Siebe de Smet. Let's have a look. Just to keep it on track. Kenny Hermans for Vortex 67, 20 seconds back. And off track for Hernandez. Yeah, that's too wide. Just a little bit too. Down the inside, Mikalauskas goes. I think one more lap after this. Down the inside, he doesn't go. He should see a white flag being waved this time by. There we go, white flag. Ivo van der Linde in pit lane. We'll focus on our 3 leaders right now. This is the Iron Alliance Motorsport. Have the full motion sim sport. Van der Linde, black flag, getting in pit. Our MX5 leaders as well. They are Mikalauskas halfway through the lap. Through the carousel, 3 more corners to turn. Let's wait for them at the start finish straight. White flag is being waved. There will be the checkered flag for the 89 crew. Iron Alliance Motorsports take the victory here at Hockenheim for round 3 of the Wishful Series. It's a long wait. The rest will come in. We're on the track. Brenton is now into the hairpin, and we're on track is our MX5 leader in the final corner. Should be coming into play right there. Team ORNL Endurance getting the victory in MX5 class. Now it's only waiting for our Porsche Cup winners, Team Full Motion Sim Sport. Still going through the carousel. We have them. Final few corners. They'll also reach the checkered flag and secure their win here at Hockenheim in the Porsche Cup class. Once again, our 3 winning teams: Iron Alliance Motorsport 89. Then we have the 110 Full Motion Sim Sport team in Porsche Cup class. And Kim Punter and myself in ORNL.nl Team Endurance, taking home the victory in the Star Cup class. Let's get some scenic pictures going and have a look at the results. Full race results: Iron Alliance Motorsport team number 89 go home with the overall NGT3 class victory, followed by Team Vortex 67. Sim Formula Europe completes the podium in GT3. Then it's DDK Racing Team G, Vortex Team 3, LCT Racing Iron Alliance number 61 in P6. And then we have our first PCUP finishers, the full motion Sim Sport 110 team take the win in Porsche Cup, followed by LAG Worldwide. Jeremy Schwarzer doing a solo race, so props to him for finishing second position. Eagle Speed Academy team Silver managed to get another great result after the last race. P113 team Silver Race Community ORNL Orange in GT3. Then Gassed Up Motorsports Oregon Eagle Speed Academy Bronze in the class, followed by Equity Esports, Pegassi Motorsport Charlie. Then it's the Vortex 12 GT3 team, followed by the LAG Worldwide team Black GT3, Pegassi Motorsport Bravo GT3, then the Flying Dutchman team 2 in Porsche Cup, Iron Lions Motorsport 88 in Porsche Cup, Simwear Racing, the BMW GT. Scroll down. It's go. And we have Vortex Team 64 in GT. Guessed at Motorsports, the Ferrari. Then Banker Lab Team 7 in Porsche Cup. LCT Racing, 24th position overall. Then Pegasus Simracing, the Wishful Team. Followed by Mach Speed Racing 349. And then we get through our MX5s. ORNL.nl getting the overall victory there in MX5 class, then followed by ESR United Miata. Very well done for them. Sahara XGT Motorsports, then followed by the Pit Lounge. Pegassi Motorsport Delta, Duct Tape Racing, Type 2 powered by Mods. It is a GT3 entry. Valaris Motorsports did not finish the race, and ANR Endurance Esport did not finish the race as well, and they will suffer a huge blow in the standings. We have with us our GT3 winning team, PCUP team, excuse me.
Yes, hello.
Good evening, guys.
Hello, good evening.
So, it was a hard fight, but a well-deserved victory, I reckon.
Yes, very hot by the heat first. And with the fight, you have decided to lift to economize one stint, and it works. It worked.
Yeah.
At this half of the race, I think we saw that we could do only 3 steps, so we refuel a lot, like 45 laps instead of 42 laps per stint. So yeah, a bit slow, but it worked.
Yeah, that's 3 laps more each stint. Then you're really saving some serious fuel then.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, so tell me, how was Hockenheim for multi-class racing?
That was pretty clean, to be honest. Like MX5 were okay. Some of GT3s were a bit kamikaze, but it's okay.
Yeah, I've seen that as well. Indeed, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. So that's cool. It's a overall very nice victory for you guys. Full motion sim sport. It's a little of a break in the schedule. September is when we move to Monza.
Yes.
What are your thoughts about a track like Monza?
A bit more dangerous than Hockenheim, I think. Especially in multiple classes. But yeah, we'll see.
Very high speed, and yeah, absolutely. Okay.
There will be a lot of differences between MX5, GT3s, and PCUP.
Absolutely, I agree. Yeah, that's gonna be a thing to look out for. Okay, guys, thanks for joining me in the broadcast. Congratulations on your win tonight, and we'll see you in the next race.
Thank you.
Okay.
See you.
Bye.
Bye.
And then we will allow into the booth our GT3 overall winners. Jonas, Melvin, good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
So, 5 hours of multi-class racing at Hockenheim. tell me, how did it go?
It's
You was
horrible.
there.
It's horrible.
Straight up, nothing else said. It's absolute chaos, like utter chaos throughout the classes. From the starting procedure all the way to the final lap, it was a psychological warfare.
Seems to have worked out for you guys. You came out on top, 19 seconds to the Vortex team. So props to that. What do you think was the key today?
Consistency, no off tracks, no drive-throughs.
Yeah,
No penalties.
I think the latter you said about the drive-throughs is absolutely key. You came in. We can discuss it now because now the race is over. You came in with 17 incident points, which was quite tense the last few laps. I see, and you are one of the 5-6 teams that didn't get a drive-through penalty for incident point. So it's absolutely critical to have not done that. Absolutely. To you guys the question as well. A little bit of a gap in the schedule now. You can take some vacation, do whatever you want. And in September we are racing at Monza. Different track, lots of high speed. I think even more differences in speed in the classes. How do you guys feel about that?
I have one suggestion for Monza to the race organizers to start after turn 1, considering what happened today and the races before. But no, seriously, it's a completely different track. We don't know the strengths and weaknesses of the car yet, so we will see. Now it's summertime, so we will just enjoy our time and we'll get back to speed at September.
Absolutely, well said. Yeah, it's a very different track. We don't want to recreate any recent real life massacres that happened there, especially in GT3 racing. So wait and see about that. For now, have a nice summer break. Congratulations on the overall victory here, race 3 at the Hockenheim ring, and we'll see you in the next race.
Yeah, you congratulations as well.
Okay.
Have a good summer, y'all.
We'll see you next. See ya.
On to the next.
On to the next ones, yeah.
And we are now joined by Steve. Good evening, Steve.
Good evening.
Another race, another podium for Team Silver.
Yes, that's great.
Absolutely.
We are very happy because we weren't sure about the strategy. At first we thought, okay, we still need to do a small stint at the end. And then we were thinking like, okay, if we saved, we thought, nah, we're never gonna make it. And then when we saw that the first 2 cars were like 4 laps longer in the stint, it was like, damn, they do it. Yeah, but I tried to push as much as I could to catch Jeremy at the end. But yeah, some lap traffic and just the race, I didn't make it. I think it was 6 seconds or so. But yeah, it was very much fun. So we take third, but if you know that second was in reach, it's kind of a bitter taste,
Yeah, yeah, I can understand the bitter taste, but also the silver lining is the bronze team got 4th position.
Yes, they had some trouble with a penalty, and then they got a disconnect, and they wanted to give up at first. And I was like, no, you have to drive. It's all about the championship. It's not just a single race. You get points for every lap that you do, so you have to keep on fighting. You never know. It's a long race, and look, they got 4th. So
Absolutely.
That's a good sign of never give up. Just drive. You never know where you're gonna end.
And also the point system being what it is, just don't give up. Every lap you complete and you finish is another point. So there's that as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I've talked with the others about this as well. A little bit of a summer break until we head to Monza in December. What do you do you think of Monza? Yeah, the Porsche Cup.
Well, Monza is a very high-speed track, so that's great with the Porsche. But then again, we have the Mazdas, which are much slower. So it's gonna be another interesting race. You just have to manage it, you know. Sometimes they are in a position on the track which does not suit you, so you lose 2 seconds. But that's racing, you know.
Yeah.
And mostly of the time it's okay. Never had much big troubles. Sometimes I say, okay, they are not choosing the right direction or which I think they would go, you know. And sometimes there's a miscommunication, but we didn't have any, you know, hits or damage or crashes, so that's okay. But that's racing. Multi-class racing is like that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's couldn't say it better myself. Okay, so congratulations on once again a great result for the whole team, and we'll hope to see you back Monza September.
Okay, great. We will be there.
Okay, have a nice evening.
Okay, bye-bye.
And lastly, it's Kim Punter and the team ORNL. He is not in the chat right now. See him in the Just Talk chat, but I'll do it to him and just switch him over to here. Yeah, we had a nice race as team ORNL. To be completely honest, Kim gave the car to me with a few seconds advantage as well. Then I think there were some trouble for Team ESR as what the stops were settled, and I was in my stint. The gap was 40 seconds, and we managed to make it over a lap at the end. Really sad to happen. The A&R guys, we were looking forward to a real nice championship fight, but that they took quite a large hit in the championship. I think Alex will post the new championship standings in the coming days in the Pit Lounge Discord. So keep in touch there. Any questions? There's the place. And for now, I wish you all a very happy summer, and we will be back in September when we continue the championship. Race 4 will be at a very high speed track. Action-packed 5-hour race there as well. I'd like to end with that. Thank you for the donations that came in tonight. End result for tonight is 2,325 euros. To all the very best, and see you into the next